Hello again, everyone, and welcome back to Post Time from Fort Erie Racetrack, only on your TV Niagara. Hello again, everyone, and welcome back to Post Time from Fort Erie Racetrack, only here on your TV Niagara. Well, as you just saw on the Monday replays, we had a little bit of everything, and what a long shot bomb in that final race yesterday, returning $114 plus for a $2 win ticket. We're expecting more of the same explosive action on today's program, which will include more of our great turf racing action. We're currently closed to spectators. We want to thank you for following along, not only here on your TV Niagara, but also on FortErieRacing.com, our website. At FortErieRacing.com, you'll see the live stream and the replays, the racing schedule, the Ashley Mayu daily tip sheet, statistics, and much more, all at FortErieRacing.com. So kick back and enjoy the most recent racing action. Thanks a lot for being with us. It's Post Time from Fort Erie Racetrack, only on your TV Niagara. Redface McDougall stepped in. Stand by for a start. They're at the post. And they're off for Program 12 of the 2020 campaign at Fort Erie Racetrack. Summer Retreat and Ratface McDougall are designated to flash the early speed. Laying off them by 3 more lengths, that's Butterfly Strike, and another 3 to the Chief. Chief Rollin' Thunder, Summer Retreat. Ratface McDougall pressuring each other over to the backstretch. Ratface McDougall runs right up alongside Summer Retreat now, and laying off them, Butterfly Strike well back in third, being preserved for later in the race, and about 7 more lengths back to the Chief. Chief Rollin' Thunder 23 and 1. Huge early tempo here. How long can they go? Ratface McDougall on the outside of Summer Retreat, closing the gap from third. That's a fresh and readying to pounce Butterfly Strike. And about 5 more lengths back to the Chief, Roland Thunder. Ratface McDougall finally tiring and backing away. Summer Retreat. The tempo was too hot and too much too early. And here comes Butterfly Strike under just a line ride to Melanie Pinto, gliding up for the lead and drawing away at head stretch. Half was 47-1. Butterfly Strike takes the lead. Chief Roland Thunder started from last, is now picked it up to second. Ratface McDougall is tiring. Summer Retreat is all done. Butterfly Strike is almost there in sight of the line, and it is Butterfly Strike to win it by close to 6. Chief Roland Thunder was in reserve, was second at 23-1. And then Ratface McDougall and Summer Retreat. And the Turf 7 Furlongs goes in 127 to Butterfly Strike. Stand by for race 2, and they're off. Sugar Me Sweet, very keenly away. Down tight to the inside are Well You Know. And Sugar Me Sweet is taken in rein there, and Awesome Flight is going to go on and grab the lead. Dressed in Chocolate, second to last, and Princess Fiona will be the early trailer. Awesome Flight sent off the favorite. Quickly opens a 2-3 length advantage on the turn. Well You Know has dropped back into second. Sugar Me Sweet was keenly away, but is now back in third. It's a bigger gap back of about 6 lengths. And Dressed in Chocolate is losing ground along the inside to Princess Fiona, who has come on through. So to the top of the stretch, it's Awesome Flight in the red cap. After a front quarter, 22-4, Awesome Flight. Sugar Me Sweet down in on the fence, looms a little bit more dangerous. Well You Know is on the outside third with no more to offer. Coming through is Princess Fiona on down to the finish. Awesome Flight almost there, trying to hang on. Awesome Flight does win by about a quarter of a length to Sugar Me Sweet. Princess Fiona was closing next best for third. Well You Know finished fourth. They're off. Metadata broke sideways there and down along the inside. It's going to be Vin Pearl Valentine with American Driven coming out of there. And Rogue Affair moves up on the outside. Metadata, penalized for a poor and sideways start, is about 5 more lengths back of the field. American Driven just on a short lead and being prompted along there to make a pretty good clip there. Running right up alongside Vin Pearl Valentine and Rogue Affair. These three often having added into the first turn. About 5 more lengths to Metadata. American Driven asserts command, 24-1. American Driven forced into a big enough early tempo onto the backstretch. Vin Pearl Valentine and Rogue Affair on the outside, and Metadata has closed up almost all of the ground and is a much closer fourth. Along the backstretch, American Driven through an opening half of 48 and 4. American Driven, Vin Pearl Valentine, Rogue Affair under a stout-looking hold still on the outside, and Metadata is last and fourth by about 5 more lengths. American Driven trying to show the short way home. Here comes Rogue Affair, getting closer with every stride on the turn now, and Rogue Affair is closing in on American Driven. They're almost on to level terms. Vin Pearl Valentine has tired and is back third. Here comes Metadata off the fence from fourth. Top of the stretch, we have a new leader in first-time starter Rogue Affair, putting away American Driven and moving away after 3/4 in 1:14, and it is Rogue Affair and Chris Husbands striding clear of the field to win at first asking. First lifetime outing, a winning one for Rogue Affair. American Driven does stay second. Metadata was third. And Vin Pearl Valentine will be last to finish. They're off. Good even-looking line there, and JMR Victory Lap from the outside flashes the early speed. JMR Victory Lap tries to beat them all out of there. Ibaracum is running right up. Fa Fa Fui is caught widest. Diamond Vision is second to last, and only 2 more lengths back to Desbois as the trailer. JMR Victory Lap joined by Fa Fa Fui, and looking to squeeze down in on the fence. Ibaracum looks for a lane on through. Second to last is Diamond Vision, and Desbois by 3 more lengths. Fa Fa Fui running on with it with JMR Victory Lap. Ibaracum got squeezed back there, but is a close-up third. Desbois starts from the back for Nicky Alderson, and now the trailer is Diamond Vision. They move around to the top of the stretch. Fa Fa Fui, Desbois started a move back in the turn and may not yet be through. Ibaracum trying to weave the way on through. JMR Victory Lap is all done from setting the early tempo, and the top of the stretch leader is Fa Fa Fui through speed of 23 and 3, 47 and 2. Fa Fa Fui and Kirk Johnson kick clear of the field to win it at 3 to 5. Fa Fa Fui by a big margin. Ibaracum saves second. Desbois was third. JMR Victory Lap finished fourth. Fa Fa Fui caused the rest of the field to say, "Ah, Fui," in 1:11 flat. Race 5, they're off. Hanson's Girl and Red Rollin' are the first 2 out of there. Benedette's Lady tracks along the inside, then Silly Simone. Fleck and It's Nice to Be Nice was the last away. Red Rollin' and Hanson's Girl engage in the early speed action. Into the turn they will go. Red Rollin' is the top end target. Hanson's Girl, Benedette's Lady in a great spot right there from third. Then Silly Simone, It's Nice to Be Nice. And Fleck has backed away by 4 more lengths. Red Rollin' on another speed try. On the outside is Hanson's Girl. Benedette's Lady yet to wind up. Then It's Nice to Be Nice. Silly Simone and Fleck, they're into the top of the stretch. Red Rollin' is still the best one over Hanson's Girl. The early speed was 23 and 1. Still going now under urging. Red Rollin' goes on with it by 3 lengths. Red Rollin' is trying to go all the way again and is almost there. Red Roland and Markley Buchanan will wire the field. Benedette's Lady a little too late. Then it's Nice to Be Nice and Henson's Girl. Red Roland a repeat winner. They're off. And a few steps slowly away was New York. Along the inside, Gideon Sword with just a short early lead. Sienna Dream runs up on the outside, flanked by Nutty O Business. Walking Around Money, Wild About Blue is forced out widest. Forehead Fred is 5 more lengths in arrears, and after a bad start, New York is back of the field. So into the turn they will go with Vitruvian. Right on the rail, taking no prisoners approach. Then Gideon Sword. Wild About Blue is forced out widest of all. Out around, Walking Around Money, Nutty O Business, and Sienna Dream. Forehead Fred is far back, never in it this day. New York to the top of the stretch. Wild About Blue from a wide Odyssey trip there. Out around, Walking Around Money, tries to reach the leaders. Gideon Sword has been right there. Vitruvian took no prisoners. Sienna Dream has emerged with a late stretch lead. Sienna Dream, in search of an upset, has kicked clear in the stretch. Vitruvian re-rallying. From a long way back is Forehead Fred. Forehead Fred found a way through to win it, to catch Sienna Dream. Then back to Vitruvian. Walking Around Money, Wild About Blue was only 5th bet, and Juan Crawford found a way to win it with 50-1 Bombshell, Forehead Fred. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back for Live Racing 2020 from Fort Erie Racetrack in the beautiful Fort Erie, Niagara Falls, and Buffalo region. Sun cloud mix out there today, but otherwise beautiful July conditions. Not so sweltering as the recent heat wave is wrapped up for the time being. And we'll play on a fast main track, the turf course, rated as good this day with the rail out at 10 feet. And we're all set for just a wonderful July afternoon of Canadian thoroughbred racing from Fort Erie Racetrack. Counting down to first race post time at 1:10 p.m. in less than 35 minutes. We remain close to spectators for live racing. Thank you very much for following along on FortErieRacing.com, HPIBet.com, all across the United States and the world, and HPI TV across Canada. Thanks for understanding during the virus time. We are, though, able to bring you great racing every Monday and Tuesday here from Fort Erie Racetrack right through to the mid-October end of the season. And the major order of business this day, the Jackpot High Five carryover, almost $38,000 going into the final race. That's a Jackpot High Five carryover, $37,933 going into the final race. And our live racing schedule, easy to remember for the 2020 campaign, Monday and Tuesday, 1:10 p.m., with the pre-race show on the air live as you're watching it now, starting each race day at 12:35 p.m. Eastern. Check it out today. It's free to join. It's HPIBet.com. And when you join, you will get $100 when you've wagered your first $100. And your membership includes enrollment into the HPI Bet Rewards program. You can watch up to 4 tracks at the same time and wager on almost 500 tracks from around the world. HPIBet.com gives you the ability to wager online or on site at any time. So check it out and join for free today at HPIBet.com. Our weekly highlights and replay show airs in the Niagara region every Thursday evening at 8 p.m. on Your TV Niagara. On the local Cogeco cable system, it's channel 700 for post time from Fort Erie Racetrack every Thursday evening at 8 p.m. The weekly highlights and replay show. For the live stream, the replays, the racing schedule, Ashley Mayhew's tip sheet, and much more, check us out at FortErieRacing.com. Now presenting you the live stream in high definition. Now in high definition, we are FortErieRacing.com. Now stand by with your pens and pencils. Here are the changes. In the first race, 2 What's One More and number 6, Dr. Robert, each will be 2 pounds over. No changes in race 2. In the third race, number 3, Classy Delight, will race 2 pounds over, as will 4, Einstein's Babe, also 2 over. In the fourth race, 1 Midnight Snack Attack will race 2 pounds over. Race 5, 1 Spinos, 1 pound over. 5 Precious Badge, 2 pounds over. The 7 Does Not Go, Jack Beanstalk, is a steward's scratch. 7 will not race in the 5th. In the 6th race, 1 See You at the Finish Line, 4 pounds over. From the 7th and final race, which is the Jackpot High Five with a carryover of almost $38,000, there is a vet scratch of number 2, Capture Your Heart. To Capture Your Heart, vet scratch out of the 7th. Well, we had something of a little bit of everything around these parts yesterday, but I suppose here in the press box we're still buzzing about that final race yesterday when Juan Crawford appeared to be about a dozen to 15 lengths back coming into the top of the stretch. Lo and behold, the front end came apart after they had gone fractions of 22 and 3 and 46 seconds. And here comes Juan Crawford in between horses to win at 56 to 1. $114 plus winner in the final race yesterday, and that caused this massive carryover of $38,000 approximately coming into the final race today for the Jackpot High Five. So lots of similar races today, lots of opportunities for upsets. Let's take you through the handicapping segment of the program. In the first race, we're going to start off with my favorite surface and distance, 7 furlongs on our beautiful turf course here in Fort Erie. And I'm going 3, 4, and 6 in this spot. Charlie's Game is my top call in the first race. Charlie's Game on the move from maiden special weight to maiden claiming and was a beaten favorite last time out. Number 4, Strolling Posse, has good current form. And number 6, Dr. Robert, is long overdue on the basis of the move from maiden special weight to maiden claiming. 3 of the 4 of us making public selections landed on Charlie's Game. Our track handicapper Ashley Mayu lands on Strolling Posse on the basis of a couple of recent promising looking third place finishes. Otherwise, the total consensus call in the first race, the top call is number 3, Charlie's Game. On to race 2. 6 furlongs on the main track for the claiming field from 8,000 down to 7,000. I'm going 4, 5, and 3 in this spot. Number 4, Romantic Gizmo, looks to be right on edge for a breakthrough here for a lot of the common reasons you hear us recite day after day on the pre-race show here from Fort Erie Racetrack. Romantic Gizmo makes the debut from the care of trainer John Sims this day after the winter campaign in Florida, and already has 3 runner-up finishes in 2020. The only dissenting view is the Daily Racing Form selector, landing on number 5, Ready and Willing, my second choice, on a good current form spree with a win, a third, and a second most recently. But all the rest of us, on the basis of the winter campaign in Florida, land on number 4, Romantic Gizmo, in race 2, the start of the early 20-cent pick 4. The third race, maiden claiming field, and we return to the turf course for 7 furlongs of action. I'm going 2, 6, and 4 in this spot. Hot Copy, I'm going to try one more time. On the basis of being a beaten favorite last time out, looks to make amends today. You're getting the strong trainer and jockey combination of Michael Blake and Melanie Pinto on number 2, Hot Copy. Number 6, Obliviously, picks up the trainer change and an ownership change that should be to Lane Gillaforte. Lane Gillaforte, now the owner of record of 6, Obliviously, in the third race, and going to debut from the care of Kevin Buttigieg, so that certainly makes this one a logical contender in my view. In fact, Ashley puts Obliviously right on the top of the ticket. The Daily Racing Form and Bill McGirr's morning line landed on One for Nikki, number 5, after a promising runner-up finish last time out, so lots of options for you to consider there in race 3 with the maiden claimers to go 7 panels on the turf course. Race 3 will start this program's pick 5. On to the fourth race. The claiming field, 8,000 down to 7,000, non-winners of 3 provision. 2, 1, and 5 will be my top 3 selections. Quality Brew looked really great in winning for Kirk Johnson last time. Gave this one a super ride, right in position all the way. And I think all the good trip options right behind the speed are going to be beckoning again for Quality Brew. Midnight Snack Attack unleashed a speed try that did last long enough last time out. We'll see if this one, like Quality Brew, is able to handle the move up to the non-winners of 3 company. The only dissenting view is Bill McGirr's morning line, putting Honduras on the top of the ticket with the recent move to owner and trainer Jim Goldenberg, and blinkers go on 5 Honduras, who could be the price play there with Midnight Snack Attack and Quality Brew, likely to take a lot of action there in the fourth race, the start of the late 20-cent pick 4. On to race 5, an allowance field, and we return for 7 furlongs of action again onto the turf course. What a great day for turf action here in Fort Erie. 5, 4, and 3 will be my top 3 selections on the basis of the claim and the trainer change Precious Badge. Number 5 is my top selection. Nick Mullaney Jr. off the claim is winning at a 75% clip. The Ashley Mayu tip sheet online on our website will have much more statistics of this powerful variety. Total consensus call here on the basis of the debut for Nick Mullaney Jr. and Helen Vanek, number 5, Precious Badge in race 5. Anything else stepping up to win will be an upset, no doubt, in race 5. On to the 6th race, start of this program's final, rolling pick 3. The claiming field at 5.5 furlongs on the main track. Plenty of explosive action in these shorter races, as proven by the high win prices yesterday. I'm going 7, 4, and 3 in this spot. In the 6th race, Uncle Lou, on the basis of the trainer and jockey strong combination. Louis Cappy and Melanie Pinto have a 22% strike rate so far on the recent sample given in the program from 9 starters. And that means there's almost a 1 in 4 chance that Uncle Lou will come back a winner over this field in the 6th race. But as we saw in that final race upset yesterday, the outside post positions often get hung out wide when the race is less than 6 furlongs here in Fort Erie. So to win it, Uncle Lou will have to truly go out and earn it. In fact, the Daily Racing Form and Bill McGurr's Morning Line also took the inside post option. That's see you at the finish line for good reason. Trainer Ravindra Raghunath had another big winner by the name of Red Roland here yesterday, and that's his entrant here in the 6th race with 1, see you at the finish line. Now the 7th race, the day's major conversation piece and major excitement because of the building. Jackpot High Five carryover of almost $40,000 coming into this event. Number 2, Capture Your Heart, is a veterinarian scratch. 7, 4, and 1 will be my top 3, with Glorious Freedom looking to become a repeat winner. Now, admittedly, this is a little bit tougher spot. 7 furlongs on the turf course, common theme throughout today's program. Glorious Freedom was a very handy winner last time. That was with non-winners of 3 company. Maybe, in my view, this one can come right back against the non-winners of 4 and similar price tag level. Our track handicapper Ashley Mayu will be along in a little while to explain why she puts number 4, I Miss You, on the top of the ticket. And turf course veteran Annie O'Schiller, number 1, that's the top call of the Daily Racing Form for good reason in the 7th race. So lots of wide open options there with the big money on the line in the Jackpot High Five carryover in the 7th race. Thanks a lot for being with us, everyone. First post fast approaching at 1:10 p.m. Lots of great turf races today. A huge carryover pool into the Jackpot High Five into the final race, and another sensational weather day in the Fort Erie, Niagara Falls, Buffalo region. Have a great day with us, and good luck with your selections from Fort Erie Racetrack. And our track handicapper Ashley Mayu will be along throughout the afternoon with her invaluable insights into each race upcoming action.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to 40 Erie Racetrack. 7 races on the program. We'll kick things off here in race 1, a mating claiming event for Colts and Geldings, going 7 furlongs over the turf course. Now, looking at the morning line and just looking at the horses in general, I did feel that the 3 and the 4 would take the most play. I'm not really sure if the morning line favorite will be the post time favorite, but I personally do like the number 4 Strolling Posse more than Charlie's Game. The reason being is you look at the first turf effort going 5 furlongs, and he was just a very even third. But on the stretch out, he was actually able to make up ground late, and I think part of that was sitting more off the pace. And I think a similar trip to that should put him in contention for the win today. I just really like that most recent effort where he's beaten by just a half a length, and the top 2 in there I actually have a feeling will be okay, claiming horses here this season, Duke of Hearts and then Giant Balls of Fire. The number 6, Dr. Roberts, getting a rider change today. Helen Vanek's going to climb aboard, and she's been off to a great, month and a half here at Fort Erie, winning at 31%. Now, this one actually exits that same race as Strolling Posse, was 5th, beaten by 3. He was a big price that day. He flattened out late, so maybe he needed another start going the 7 furlong distance because he was running at 5 ace on the dirt and the turf previously. Again, I think he'll offer some value. Finally, the number 3, Charlie's Game, the morning line favorite. Looking at him, I think my concern is he typically quits. And that's a big thing. He showed some early speed last time out. Yes, he was against Maiden Special Weight Company, but he's yet to try the turf. So that's going to be a big thing for him. The barn's been off to a good start, but he typically kind of even out late. And now he's going from 5 furlongs to 7 furlongs. So the only way I could really see him maybe winning is if he can get to the front and set things, the way he'd like them. But otherwise, to me, Strolling Posse is my top pick.
The call is going out for riders up. They're on their way to the track for the first race. Introducing the first race field on the track in Fort Erie. Texas Boy #1 is trained by Joe Humber for M&M Stables. Hired back to ride is Nikki Elderson. 2 is What's One More, partnered by Sunny Singh, trained by Michael Bennett for Candice Sirianni. Charlie's Game is #3, owned by Leah Ann Willette, trained by Chris Jolene in the irons Pierre Melhot. Strolling Posse is #4, campaigned by Daniel Wills and Gene Ryan. Aboard is Kirk Johnson. Soul and Spirit is the 5. The jockey is Chris Husbands, trained by Roger Husmatelli for owner Dwayne Scantlebury. And 6 is Dr. Robert. Races for Susan and Joe Aiello and trainer Sharon Chicato, partnered to ride with Helen Vanek. Maiden claiming field to run 7 furlongs on the turf course in the first race. Start of the rolling pick 3s and rolling daily doubles. And there's Superfecta, Trifecta Exacta, Win Place and Show on the first race from Fort Erie, less than 5 minutes to post. Starting gate takes position on the turf course at the 7 furlong point for the first race. The horses begin to file onto the turf course for the first race. Still time for the 20-cent pick 3. Superfecta, rolling double, trifecta, exacta, win, place, and show on the first from Fort Erie. The riders are now requested to bring their horses to the starting gate. Longest on the board, Texas Boy is first to step up to the gate. What's one more into gate 2 as a long shot? Charlie's Game at about even money steps in. Second choice, Strolling Posse. Soul and Spirit and Dr. Robert each at 6-1. Completing the line. They're all in. Stand by for a start. They're at the post. And they're off for program 13 of 39 dates on the 2020 campaign from Fort Erie Racetrack. Charlie's Game was quickly out front, and Dr. Robert runs up on the outside. Strolling Posse got away in there from third, and Soul and Spirit tracks well. Fourth on the outside. What's One More is second to last, and Texas Boy is the early trailer. Dr. Robert able to cross over and lead it over Charlie's Game into the backstretch. Soul and Spirit is running wide out there in the front trio. Strolling Posse is in a good striking spot along the inside from fourth, and then What's One More and widest and last is Texas Boy. The opening quarter speed was a sensible enough 25 and 1, so Charlie's Game goes up on the outside to apply a little bit of modest pressure to Dr. Robert, who rebuffed him. Dr. Robert still going on a defiant looking lead onto the final turn, and Helen Vanek has had this one on the lead since the outset. Charlie's Game unable to get onto level terms thus far. Soul and Spirit gaining third on the outside. No more to offer from Strolling Posse back there in fourth. Then it's back to What's One More and Texas Boy trailing. And as they come into the top of the stretch, Dr. Robert is confronted by Charlie's Game on the outside. Charlie's Game is edging away now through a half mile in 49 and 2, 3/4 in 14 and 2. Charlie's Game. Dr. Robert stays game to the finish. Charlie's Game is just a little bit better. Charlie's Game to win as the favorite in the Tuesday opener in Fort Erie. Dr. Robert did all the front end road work, was second. Soul and Spirit third. Strolling Posse only fourth best as Charlie's Game wins the opener in 1:27 for 7 on the turf. Times review 25 and 1, 49 and 2, 3/4 114 and 2, and the turf 7 furlongs in 127. 3, 6, 5, and 4 posted from the first race. 3, 6, 5, 4. Here's the first race winner in Fort Erie. Charlie's Game returning. Chestnut 4-year-old gelding by Not Bourbon. From Careful Charlie by Tappet. Bred by Charles Fipke, trained by Chris Jolene for owner Leah Ann Willette, and the winning ride is 6th on the meet to Pierre Mailhot. And that's the first career win, first in 2 starts this year. Charlie's Game in the first. Runs the turf 7 furlongs in 127 when posted official. Office 1 to 2 favorite Charlie's Game is 310, 250, and 230 across. Dr. Robert 540 and 560. Soul and Spirit 360 to show. The exacta $20.80. The trifecta 78.10. The dollar superfecta 365 and 4, $62.65. Be sure to check out HPIBet.com and join for free today. You'll immediately get the HPI Bet Rewards program. You can watch 4 tracks at the same time while wagering on almost 500 tracks from around the world. And you can wager online or on site at any time. When you wager $100, you will get $100 into your account. Check it out. It's free to join. HPIBet.com. No changes in race 2 from Fort Erie. Less than 18 minutes to post time at 1:38 p.m.
The early pick four gets underway here in race two, a claiming event for fillies and mares, in for a tag of 8,000, and they'll be going 6 furlongs over the main track. Looking at the field, to me, the number 4, Romantic Gizmo, sticks out. She was previously in a different barn down in Florida, and you kind of look at her efforts, and every other effort has been decent. I mean, she picked up 2 second place finishes, one at Gulfstream going a mile, the other one down at Tampa. And if you look at those races, she was closer to the pace than her other efforts, and I think that's a key thing with her. But in general, let's just talk about the Tampa horses that have come in. There's a long list of horses I could name, especially ones that, John Sims had down there, and so maybe he's got an eye for these horses. Sent from Heaven's run 2 big races. Lil's Turn won here, had a second up at Woodbine, I believe. And then yesterday, Fafa Fui won. So the Tampa form has done really well here at Fort Erie. I can even think of some others from other barns. So I think that's a strong angle with this horse, and I really just think at this level, this one looks to be tough. Now, to her outside is the 5, Ready and William, who exits a second place finish at this level, going 5.5 furlongs. I think it was a really decent effort. The winner, Bo's Beauty, ran a great race. The buyer numbers from this one kind of fit the field. So these are probably, to me, the clear 2 horses that stick out. Finally, I used the 3 Kinzua just based on her dirt form here at Fort Erie. She's 6 for 7 in the money. She consistently tries. But the big thing is she is jumping up for a higher claiming tag today. I mean, she's typically been in for 4,000 here at Fort Erie, and then this winner, 5,000. So for me, I only see a minor share for her. I do think that the 2 to the outside look extremely tough, especially the 4, Romantic Gizmo.
They're on their way to the track for race 2. There's Wedding Ring to lead the race 2 post parade. Campaigning for Laura and Noel Williams, hired to ride Kirk Johnson. Nikki Alderson partners to Stella Terra, trained by Joe Humber for Terra Horse Farm. Kinzua number 3 is campaigning for Rich Davis, Howard Newell, the jockey. Romantic Gizmo is number 4, trained by John Sims for owner Stephen Fossman. The rider is Melanie Pinto. Ready and Willing number 5, trained by Paula Loescher for owner Les Ham. And in the irons is Pierre Mailhot. Filly and Mare Claiming Field of race 2 will run 6 furlongs on the main track. Starts the early pick 4 and a rolling pick 3 and double with Superfecta, Trifecta Exacta, Win Place and Show. Race 2 coming right up from Fort Erie. Riders now taking their horses back into the chute to the 6 furlong point in preparation for race 2. Starting gate is taken position. Time running out for the early 20-cent pick 4 and all race 2 wagers. They've reached the gate. 8-1 in the wagering market for Wedding Ring, first to step in. Stella Terra taking 4-1 action. Kinzua offered at 6-1. Favored Romantic Gizmo. Second choice, Ready and Willing. Stand by for a start. Race 2 in Fort Erie at the post. They're off. And they came out in a really good straight line there. Very little separation. Stella Terra, then Kinzua, Romantic Gizmo, Ready and Willing. And along the inside was Wedding Ring last away. Stella Terra now backs off. And it's left up to Romantic Gizmo and Ready and Willing. The top 2 choices, they are tracked very intently by Kinzua. Scraping paint down there, in on the fence in a snug spot. Wedding Ring is right there, bang up 4th on the outside. And 2 more to Stella Terra. Into the turn, Romantic Gizmo opening 2. Kinzua comes on through. Ready and Willing was caught wide and a little wider. Wedding Ring and then Stella Terra. So the top end target is Romantic Gizmo. 22-4. Romantic Gizmo will try to seal the deal as they come down inside the quarter pole. It's Romantic Gizmo and Kinzua giving good pursuit now. Stella Terra is the fresh legs out of the backfield and sets sail on the extreme outside. Overtaking Wedding Ring and a hard spent Ready and Willing. Almost there, time for Romantic Gizmo. Romantic Gizmo has bottomed the field out and runs off to a wide open lengths win. Romantic Gizmo in the end off at 1-2. Over Kinzua. Stella Terra third, Ready and Willing was 4th, Wedding Ring last to finish. Romantic Gizmo 111 1/5 for the 6 furlongs. Split times review 22 and 4, 45 and 4. The 6 furlongs 111 1/5 in race 2, Romantic Gizmo. 4-5, make it 4-3-2-5. That's 4-3-2-5, unofficial. There's Romantic Gizmo back from race 2. The Chestnut 3-year-old filly by Giant Gizmo from Romantic Song by Song and a Prayer, bred in Ontario by Tall Oaks Farm, now trained by John Sims for owner Stephen Fossman, and the winning ride to meet leading rider Melanie Pinto. First in 8 starts this year and the second career win, earned by Romantic Gizmo, running the 6 furlongs of race 2 in 111 1/5 when made official. As favored, 310, 230, and 210 across, Romantic Gizmo. Kinzua, 360 and 250. Stella Terra, 340. The exact $8. The trifecta, 72.60. The dollar superfecta, 432 and 5, $65.65. And the first rolling double, $6.60. For our live stream, the replays, the racing schedule, Ashley Mayhew's free tip sheet under the betting tab, statistics and much more, and now in high definition. It's all yours at FortErieRacing.com, now live in HD, FortErieRacing.com. Here are the third race weight changes. 3 Classy Delight and 4 Einstein's Babe, each 2 pounds over. Race 3 starts this program's 20-cent pick 5 in 18 minutes.
Five gets underway here in race 3, a maiden claiming event for fillies and mares going 7 furlongs on the turf course. And looking at the field top to bottom, you'll notice a lot of these fillies and mares have squared off before. They've either met on the turf course here at Fort Erie, or a race was scheduled for the turf and they met on the dirt instead due to the weather. Now, the only newcomer is the number 6, Obliviously, who happens to be my top selection. This is a 3-year-old daughter of Giant Gizmo, who, looking at her performances at the $15,000 level late last year, she had 2 good races. She had a 3rd place finish going 6 furlongs over the Tapeta, and then in her next start at the beginning of December, she finished 4th, beaten by a length and a half. And I really do like that effort because she was put into the race early. It was a big field, but she stalked in second throughout, and she just kind of was outgunned by some others in the end, but a very strong race. Now, her 2 efforts this year, she's been 5th in both of them, which is about mid-pack because they were larger fields. Not great performances, but I think in for an $8,000 tag today, trying a somewhat new surface, because she only has that one turf race, that can make a difference. She does have a published breeze for her new connections. It was very fast, 35-2. From a time perspective, she looks sharp. Doesn't mean it was the prettiest of works. I wasn't there, so I can't really comment on that, but I think there's a lot of upside to her, and it'll be interesting to see how she does on this turf course today. The horse to her inside, the 5, One for Nikki, is one I will use. Made the first start for her owner, trainer Gary Chadobiak, here on the 15th of June, and ran a nice second. I mean, was not going to catch Chairman's Venom, who put in a really good performance that day. This one is able to make up some ground late on the other horses and get up for second at this same level. But with her, the question will be the turf. But going back to her turf races at Woodbine, her form sticks out. She had some nice 2nd and 3rd place finishes last year there, and they were going longer. So maybe the extended distance as well, that'll help her. And then finally, I did go to the 4, Einstein's Babe, who's hit the board in both attempts this season, one at the 5 furlong distance on the turf, and then most recently at the 7 furlong distance at this level. Again, was simply second best in that most recent effort. So I do think that this filly really likes the turf course, and I think, she should get a good trip in here. I think she'll be close to the pace. I think a few others in here don't like to be as close, so hopefully she'll get another good trip today.
Here come the horses to step onto the track for race 3. Talking Leaves leading out the race 3 post parade in Fort Erie. Trained by Mickey Neubauer for owner Krista Kosat with Chris Husbands hired to ride. Melanie Pinto in the saddle of 2 Hot Copy. Trained by Michael J. Blake for Mark Stout and Annette L. Blake. Des Maynard trains Classy Delight 3 for Chris Steve, hired to ride Helen Vanek. Einstein's Babe is number 4, owned by Candice Warwick, trained by Stephen Cathcart. In the irons, Brian Shane. 1-4 Nicky campaigns from post 5 for Gary Chidobiak. Howard Newell aboard. Kirk Johnson, the rider of 6 Obliviously, now trained by Kevin Buttigieg for owner Lane Gilliford. Lane Gilliford now the owner of record of 6 Obliviously. To complete the field is 7 Marvell, conditioned by Ravendra Raghunath for owner Sheila Mohan, and in the irons it's Juan Crawford. Maiden claiming field to run 7 furlongs on the turf course in the start of the 20-cent pick 5. And it starts rolling pick 3 and double. Their superfecta, trifecta exacta, win, place, and show race 3 coming up from Fort Erie. Starting gate is in place at the 7 furlong point on the turf, and the horses begin to file onto the turf course for race 3. Riders now requested to bring their horses to the gate. Starting to step in now. Hot Cuppy, one of several at 5-2. Classy Delight and Helen Vanek took place. One for Nikki in the bright orange. Obliviously. To the outside gate went Marvell. Einstein's Babe stepping up well. So just stall one now for Longshot Talking Leaves. Stand by for a start. Race 3. They're off. Left in a pretty good line there. Little stumble for Obliviously at the back of the group. Talking Leaves and Classy Delight to set the early speed, and they are designated to go side by side. Tracked about 3 lengths back in third by Einstein's Babe. One for Nikki, got away into fourth. There's Obliviously recovering into the front 5 ahead of Hot Copy. And on the outside, Marvell completes the field as they arrive into the backstretch. Classy Delight on the outside, prompting along Talking Leaves. Einstein's Babe right there in third. Into the backstretch, one for Nikki is fourth. Obliviously into the front 5. Then on the outside is Marvell, and Hot Copy is on hold, but only about 4 lengths back of the leaders. It's about to be 3 in a line there as one for Nikki goes 3 wide out around Classy Delight and Talking Leaves. The early speed was 24-3. Classy Delight comes away with just a short lead, tracked intently by one for Nikki. Obliviously is set down in gear. Einstein's Babe is into the front 4. Talking Leaves has checked out with no more to offer, and far back are Marvell and Hot Copy in reserve. One for Nikki, tracked by Obliviously. Einstein's Babe still a close-up third. Here comes Marvell from out of nowhere out to the grandstand side. Now decides to weave on through. Obliviously grandstand side. One for Nikki is digging in, going a huge trip. One for Nikki and Obliviously and Marvell. One for Nikki with a huge victorious effort to defeat Obliviously. And then back to Marvell and Einstein's Babe. One for Nikki. And Howard Newell at 7-2 prevail. The 7 furlongs on the turf, 127-3. Five, 6, 7, and 4 posted. Split times review of 24-3, 49-1, 3/4 in 114-4, and the turf 7 furlongs 127-3. 1 for Nikki, unofficial. Here is 1 for Nikki, returning from race 3 in Fort Erie. The Dark Bay or Brown 5-year-old mare by Langfuhr from Smart Susie by Smart Strike. Bred in Ontario by Dr. B. Van Aram. Wins in the second start for owner and trainer Gary Chidobiak. And the winning ride to Howard Newell. First career win in her 16th trip into the gate. 1 for Nikki scores in her second start from the shed row of Gary Chidobiak. 127-3 for the turf, 7 furlongs when posted official. Your attention, please hold all race 3 tickets. We now have a rider claim a foul. The rider of 6 launches a claim of foul against the rider of 5. The jockey claim a foul, 6 on 5. From the stewards, this occurring near the top of the stretch. 6 on 5, the jockey claim a foul under steward's investigation, which will involve video review and the jockey interviews. Please hold all tickets from race 3. Now on view, the steward's live video review. Watching the two horses to the left side of the screen. 5-1 for Nicky. And 6 obliviously. Steward's live video review now on display. Following video review and the jockey interviews, no changes. The stewards find insufficient reason. The rider claim a foul, 6 on 5, disallowed by the stewards. Posted results will stand. $9.30 to win on 1 for Nicky, $3.20 and $2.80. Obliviously, $3.10 and $2.60. Marvell, $5.60 to show. The exacta, $30.20. Trifecta, $169.50. The dollar superfecta, 5, 6, 7, and 4, $225.80. The rolling daily double, $14.20. This program's first dollar pick 3, $13.70. Now on display, the show photograph from the third race showing 7 Marvell edging out 4 Einstein's Babe. 7 over 4 in the show photo from race 3. In the fourth race, one Midnight Snack Attack will race 2 pounds over. Race 4, start of the late 20-cent pick 4, 15 minutes to post time from Fort Erie Racetrack.
Race 4 is a claiming event for non-winners of 3 lifetime. They'll go 6 furlongs over the main track, and I'll be the first to admit it. There's a lot to love, or at least like, about the number 5 Honduras, but I also have some question marks around him. So I go to the horse on the rail who I expect to offer more value, and that's the number 1 Midnight Snack Attack. Now, he only has 1 start in 2020, but let's just talk about that effort. You can kind of see from the run line and the form, he battled it out with Flashman around the track. And if you haven't caught the replay, it's a really great race to watch. These two were very gritty and determined to win. And Midnight Snack Attack, I guess, just had a little bit more, had some luck on the photo, and he had his nose down in front. Looking at his other performances from here, especially at Fort Erie, he's 7 for 9 in the money, 3 for 7 at the distance. He's a great horse. I think my concern with that sort of effort and knowing that the outside horse does have some speed, if these two hook up, I'm not sure he can do the same thing at the 6 furlong distance, but I'll tell you that he had so much heart last time that anything can happen, and I do expect him to be a better price. Now, the 5 Honduras, let's talk about him. He's a 2-time, obviously, winner, but both of those efforts were on the dirt. One was at Churchill and one was at Oaklawn. And the thing that's weird is, at least when I look at the daily racing form, the last race I see is March 15th, 2019 at the bottom, and has a second place finish. And I kind of looked at these races. I looked at his other races, and I did see in one of the charts, I believe it was the previous effort, that he was awarded a win. I believe what probably happened is there was some sort of violation that they later discovered, and that winner of that race was disqualified, and he was actually given the win at a later date. So that's not why we might not see it in the program. That's my best guess. Now, his other win would come at Churchill Downs a few starts later. So he's obviously likes the dirt. We look at his performances while he was in the Norm McKnight barn, and his most recent ones were kind of lackluster. It seems like to me that he should have won at least one of those efforts. He was favored, and he just doesn't have that same fight at the end. He kind of gives up, and he kind of, evens out. So that's my concern with him. Maybe he'll turn it around on the dirt and he'll show that early speed and really prevail. But for me, I think he's a vulnerable morning line favorite. With that said, he's getting blinkers back on, and it still wouldn't be shocking to see him win. I'm a little reserved on endorsing him on the top spot when I expect him to be such a short price. Finally, I do go to the 2 Quality Brew because my thought process is, okay, if Honduras does have early gate speed and so does Midnight Snack Attack, a horse like Quality Brew should get a nice trip just a few lengths behind them and be able to make the ground up early. And that's exactly what this one has done in his 2 wins at Fort Erie. He's just taken back just slightly off the pace and has made up ground late. I like that he won at 6.5 furlongs last time. He's cutting back, and if the speed's right, I do think he'll have a surge at the end.
The horses readying to step onto the track for race 4. Midnight Snack Attack leading the 4th race post parade in Fort Erie, campaigning for Des Maynard with Helen Vanek aboard. Quality Brew is number 2, trained by Louis Cappy for Lincoln Radhay. In the irons, Kirk Johnson. Three is Lewinsky's Wild Affair, owned and trained by Nicola Scott. The rider is Juan Crawford. Chilling Secret number 4 is trained by Barrington Cito for Ian D'Souza, and the jockey is Chris Husbands. Honduras is number 5 to complete the field, now owned and trained by James Goldenberg. The rider is Keve Nichols. The claiming field to run 6 furlongs on the main track in the start of the late 20-cent pick 4. Starts another 20-cent pick 3 and rolling double. And there's Superfecta, Trifecta Exacta, Win, Place, and Show, the 4th race coming up in moments from Fort Erie Racetrack. Horses are back in the chute at the 6 furlong point, and the starting gate is being wheeled into position. They're approaching the gate. Last start winner, Midnight Snack Attack, being offered at 4-1, steps in. Quality Brew takes 5-2 action. Lewinsky's Wild Affair. Chilling Secret and 7-5 favored Honduras complete the line. Stand by for a start. Race 4. Race 4 at the post. They're off. Honduras had a good beginning on the outside. There goes Midnight Snack Attack down in on the rail, and the early speed battle shapes up. Midnight Snack Attack inside, and Honduras on the extreme outside. Lewinsky's Wild Affair tracks them from third. Chilling Secret drop back a little bit to run in the front four, and after the most tentative start, Quality Brew is about 10 lengths back of the group. So it's Midnight Snack Attack and Helen Vanek making the expected speed try. On Honduras on the outside, tracked intently by Lewinsky's Wild Affair and Chilling Secret on the outside, and about 6 more lengths back to Quality Brew. Midnight Snack Attack down on the rail, and Honduras has ran right alongside, but now is a length in arrears. Midnight Snack Attack trying to get away. 22-2 and 45-3. Midnight Snack Attack will try to show the short way home. Honduras fought long and hard, but is now 2 lengths back second. Lewinsky's Wild Affair, Chilling Secret, and Quality Brew. Midnight Snack Attack has done it in front-end fashion again. Here comes Lewinsky's Wild Affair outside, but it's Midnight Snack Attack and Helen Vanek all the way. Lewinsky's Wild Affair looking for second on the head bob over a hard-spent Honduras, and then back to Chilling Secret and Quality Brew in 1:11. Midnight Snack Attack does it again. Split times review 22 and 2, the half 45 and 3, and the 6 furlongs in 111. There is going to be a steward's general stretch inquiry concerning numbers 3 and 4. Numbers 3 and 4 under steward's general inquiry from the stretch. The unofficial winner not affected. It's Midnight Snack Attack back for the photograph. The Dark Bay or Brown Gelding by Silent Name. From Nice Pudding by Donna Railcourt. Bred in Ontario by Box Arrow Farm. Owned and trained by Des Maynard. And the winning ride to Helen Vanek, a repeat winner. Midnight Snack Attack in 111 in the 4th when posted official. Now on display, the Steward's live video review in the stretch concerning numbers 3 and 4. Steward's general inquiry. Reviewing top of the stretch racing action of numbers 3 and 4. One, 3, 5, and 4 is unofficial. From the Steward's stretch inquiry, no changes. Concerning numbers 3 and 4, stewards find insufficient reason for any changes. Posted results will stand 1-3-5-4 from race 4. Midnight Snack Attack kicks back 970 on the win ticket, 580 and 320. Lewinsky's Wild Affair, 820 and 330. Honduras 240 to show. The Exactive 5240. The Trifecta 119.80 for the $2 ticket. The $1 Superfecta of 135 and 4, $121.95. The Rolling Double 65.40. And the pick 3 ended on the fourth race, $40.55. Here are the fifth race changes. 1 Spinos, 1 pound over. 5 Precious Badge will race 2 pounds over. Stewart Scratch of 7 Jack Beanstalk. Race 5 to start this program's last 20-cent pick 3. It's 14 minutes to post time from Fort Erie Racetrack.
Race 5 is an allowance event for non-winners of 2 lifetime, and they'll be going 7 furlongs over the turf course. The number 5 Precious Badge is going to get a lot of attention, and the reason for that is he was claimed last time out for $25,000, which is not a small claiming price, especially here at Fort Erie to see these runners. Now, he finished third in that effort on July 5th, beaten by 4 3/4, but he closed late. He was really, driving home in the stretch, and I thought it was a really honest effort. He's a very consistent horse. You can kind of see from his best performances. He's always closing hard and getting a piece. I think here I wouldn't be surprised to see him a bit closer than he usually is. Not too much, though. I think that's just kind of the horse he is. He likes to be 3-4 lengths out of it and try to make that one move. But the connections, obviously, they need no introduction here. When you see Nick Mullaney Junior and Helen team up here at Fort Erie. They're hard to ignore. Another one I will use, though, is the 4 Flamborough Jewel, who will be stretching out in distance and trying a new surface today. But the big thing is this one's getting Lasix, and you'll see a lot of horses improve with first-time Lasix. He's making his 4th start. Looking at the most recent effort at this level on the dirt, just a very even 3rd from him. But I will say you see a big margin of defeat, 8 1/4, but the winner won by over 7, and that was Strategic Vision. Ran one heck of a race and then won in the following start. So at least I know this one has been facing, decent competition that's competitive. And I will say when he broke his maiden here at Fort Erie last year on debut, it was a pretty impressive performance. So I'm hoping that second time out, maybe a new surface, the Lasix. There's a lot to, kind of point to him that maybe he'll show some improvement. Finally, the number 3 First Crusader has been facing some tough competition at Woodbine. And then the last start last year came at Mahoning Valley against $15,000 claimers, non-winners of 2 lifetime. Finished mid-pack, 4th, beaten by 5.5. I think looking at his turf efforts, he's had some good turf races. He broke his maiden against Meaden Special Weight Company on the grass and then was 3rd the next time out. So I'm hoping just getting back on the turf, we're going to see improvement from this one, and maybe he'll be a bit of a price on the tote board.
Riders go up, and they're on their way out for race 5. Introducing the horses and their riders for race 5. One is Spinos. Campaigning for Cindy Musto with Carl DeFreitas aboard. Sue Andrushko is owner and trainer of 2 Uno Champ with Chris Husbands. First Crusader is number 3, conditioned by Tom Lowe for owner David Trow. Aboard is Howard Newell. Flamborough Jewel is number 4, conditioned by Claudia Rabstein for Zigjon Grinsteins. In the irons, Pierre Mailhot. Helen Vanek riding for C. Alley Booth and trainer Nick Mullaney Jr. 5 is Precious Badge. 6 is Almost Dancer, campaigning for Michael Bennett with the jockey Juan Crawford. 7 furlongs on the turf course in race 5 to start the program's last 20-cent pick 3. There's Rolling Double and Superfecta, Trifecta Exacta, Win, Place, and Show on race 5 from Fort Erie. Starting gate is taking position at the 7 furlong point on the turf course for race 5. The race 5 field is filing onto the turf course. The race 5 field is approaching the gate. Time running out for race 5 wagers. Spinos, long shot, first to step in. Uno Champ offered at 7-1. Takes box 2. Flamborough Jewel, priced at 6-1, steps up. 3 are in and 3 to go. The crew gets first Crusader into box 3. Favored Precious Badge going in well. Almost Answer in double digits completes the line. Stand by for a start. Race 5. And they're off. Precious Badge had a great beginning. Along the inside, Spinos. They're going to be split by First Crusader. Almost Dancer roars up on the outside. Flamborough Jewel in between, and Uno Champ along the inside. And that's Precious Badge that was taken back to last there as race favorite. So the midway point of the first turn belongs to Spinos to set the tempo. It's Spinos out front, then First Crusader and Almost Answer running out wide. 3 more lengths to Uno Champ, sits behind the speed off there in fourth. Flamborough Jewel second to last, and there goes Precious Badge with about 8 lengths to make up from the trailing position. The opening quarter was a pretty quick 24 seconds for the class, and the field of a half dozen 4, 5, and 6-year-old geldings proceeds to the last turn. Spinos setting the tempo all the way. First Crusader prompting along. Right there from third has been Almost Dancer. Then along the inside, Uno Champ is tiring. Flamborough Jewel in between horses, and Precious Badge still about 5 lengths off, has got to try to do it from the widest position. First Crusader seizing the lead from Spinos at head stretch, and Precious Badge is wheeled out for the drive, was last along the backstretch, and now is striking the lead for Helen Vanek on the grandstand side. Middle speed of 48-1, 114-2. Precious Badge, Uno Champ has come back on through. Uno Champ, the danger, trying to upset Precious Badge, and does. Uno Champ at 7-1, a battling back winner. Precious Badge had a wide trip, settled for second. Then First Crusader, Spinos was fourth. Uno Champ and Chris Husbands pulled a 7-1 upset. Two, 5, 3, and 1 posted unofficial. Split times review was 24, 48-1, 114-2, and that turf 7 furlongs in 127-1 for Uno Champ. Please hold all tickets from race 5, now informed of a rider claim of foul. The rider of 4 claims foul against the riders of 2 and 5. Rider of 4 claiming foul on 2 and 5. Please hold all tickets. Steward's decision on the claim of foul, 4 against 2 and 5, will involve video review and the jockey interviews. Now on public view, the portion of the race being reviewed by the stewards live video. 4 against 2 and 5 from the final turn. Four on 2 and 5 is the jockey objection. Watching the back of the field here as they run 3 across at the back there, 2, 4, and 5. 2 on the inside, then 4. 5 is widest. And the steward's decision will involve video review and the jockey interviews now being conducted. Please hold all tickets from race 5. Right there seems to be the point of contention. Here's the back tower video shot now under Steward's live video review. Following video review and the rider interviews, no changes. The claim of foul against 2 and 5 by the rider of 4 disallowed. No changes. 2-5-3-1 will stand. In the steward's explanation, it was a chain of events caused by number 6, Almost Dancer. And there's the winner of race 5, number 2, Uno Champ, a Grey Oron 5-year-old gelding by Macho Uno. From Mahalo by Gulch. Bred in Ontario by William D. Graham. Owned and trained by Sue Andrushko. Breaking into the win column for 2020 at Fort Erie Racetrack. And the winning ride to Chris Husbands. Second career win and first in 3 trips this year. Uno Champ at 7-1. That's official. 1640 on the win ticket. 410 to place and 210. Precious Badge, 220, 210. First Crusader, 210. The exact $30.10. The Trifecta, $45.90. The dollar Superfecta, 2, 5, 3, and 1, $103.95. Rolling Daily Double, $80.20. The Pick 3 ended on race 5, $368.15. And the early Pick 4, $405.15. In the 6th race, 1, See You at the Finish Line, will race 4 pounds over to carry 121. Starts this program's final rolling double, 15 minutes to post. First time equipment change note for the 6th race, number 3, Bakersfield, wears inserts. In the 6th race, 3, Bakersfield, races with inserts.
Well, in race 6, we have a field of $3,000 claimers going 5.5 furlongs over the dirt. And I did think this was a tricky race. No one really stood me out as a clear favorite or top selection. I did go to the 7 Uncle Lou, who's 4-1 morning line. I'd expect him to be more 3-1, maybe even lower than that. He exits a second place finish at this level, but going slightly longer at 6 furlongs over a muddy track. And he was just second best to Marcus, who I now think is a 3-time winner here this season at Fort Erie. He's really been crushing the competition in these claiming races. And I think, this one just happened to be second best that day. In his previous effort, though, he was fourth. He was well beaten in there. And I think his excuse was he just needed a race. It doesn't surprise me. He's coming off a layoff from October, like a lot of these horses are, and some of them just don't fire on debut. He has a decent record here at Fort Erie. He is 8 for 10 in the money, and at the distance, 3 for 5. I like that Melanie Pinto's staying aboard him today. For me, that's ultimately who I landed on. Now, others to consider, I thought the 5 Omar. Now, he's only at the board once so far this season, but that came at this level. He was well beaten by Stolen Identity, but Stolen Identity just stole the race from the gate. This horse last year, though, you'll see a big thing is at the 5.5 furlong distance in those last 2 starts, he was able to be either just pressing the pace very close or he was able to make the lead. And I think in here, if he makes the lead, he might be tough because he's the type of horse that he showed. Once he can clear the field, he's okay. He hasn't really been able to do that this season. Even last time out, he tried to do it, and it did result in a closer finish. He missed the board. He was 4th, beaten by 2.5, but he did face some tougher horses as well. I thought Big Black Storm and Awesome 5, they're decent. It was a higher claiming race, so I think this is a better spot for him, especially if he can make the lead. Finally, I was between the 2 Bulldor and then the mare, the number 1, Sue at the finish line, and I did want to give her another chance. Looking at her races here, she has made the lead at the 5.5 furlong distance, but obviously she hasn't performed well against the boys. But I think with her being in for 3,000, it's the lowest tag that she's been in at here, at least at Fort Erie. And I think last time out, obviously she stumbled, she lost the rider, so I'll give her a shot for underneath. I'm just not sure she can actually beat the boys.
Riders up, and they're stepping out onto the track for race 6 in Fort Erie. Here's the field for race 6 post parading. See you at the finish line as number 1. Trained by Ravendra Raghunath for owner Sheila Mohan, and in the irons, Mark Lee Buchanan. Claudia Robstein trains for Zigjon Grinsteins, and Pierre Melhot is hired back to ride 2 Balder. Bakersfield is number 3 and races with inserts. Trained by Sam Melai for Jeff Voice, the ride to Helen Vanek, 3 Bakersfield racing with inserts. Next on the parade is Omar, number 5, with Chris Husbands in the saddle. Campaigns for Nancy and Robert Warner. Brady O'Brady is number 6. Conditioned by Barrington Cito for Radcliffe Stable and Kedin Sidhu. The jockey is Howard Newell. Melanie Pinto riding partner of 7 Uncle Lou for Louis Cappy and Wendy Roberts. And the 8 Master Connor completes this field. Partnered by Juan Crawford, trained by Ken Albu for Six Brothers Stable. Claiming field at 5.5 furlongs on the main track. Started this program's final rolling double. And their superfecta, trifecta exacta, win, place, and show. Race 6 coming up in moments from Fort Erie Racetrack. The starting gate has taken position at the 5.5 furlong point for race 6. And the riders are now under instruction to take their charges to the gate. They've reached the starting point. Balder, offered at 9-2, takes position. Bakersfield at 12-1. Top Hat Trick, same price. Omar takes 5-1 action this day. 4 in and 4 to go. There's Uncle Lou among the favorites. Long shot, Master Connor. See You at the Finish Line has 5-2 respect, so only stall 6. For long shot, Brady O'Brady. Stand by for a start, race 6. They're off. And a great beginning there for Bakersfield, who won the break cleanly. Bakersfield, all the early story. See You at the Finish Line. And then on the outside is Top Hat Trick. Balder runs in tight spot between horses. Master Connor is running out wide. Omar is in a snug spot down in on the fence. That one is now getting clear, though, of Brady O'Brady. And Uncle Lou will have to try to pass the field to win this one from the trailing slot into the turn. It's a bit of a top-end breakaway for Bakersfield since the very early strides in this one. See You at the Finish Line has come through in on the fence. Running out wide is Top Hat Trick. They turn for the money, and it's all Bakersfield they've all been in hot pursuit of, and the pace has been hot, 22-2, but Bakersfield is still doing it. The next closest pursuer is See You at the Finish Line, wandering a bit there into the middle of the track, and Bakersfield is allowed to go right on with it and right down the road. Bakersfield to the front and never looked back. See You at the Finish Line did save second. It's a bopping heads show photograph with Omar to the inside of Balder. Bakersfield tons the best. 104-1 for that 5.5 furlongs. The times recap: 22-2, 45-2. The 5.5 furlongs, 40 make it to 104 1/5. 104-1 for Bakersfield. Unofficially, it's 3-1 and 2 against 5 in the third and fourth place photographs. The third and fourth photo involves 2 and 5. Here is Bakersfield back from the 6th race in Fort Erie. The Dark Bay or Brown 7-year-old gelding by Silent Name. From Maeve by Valid Wager. Bred in Ontario by Andy Stronach. Now trained by Sam Melli for owner Jeff Voice. That's 2 on the program for rider Helen Vanek. Same modus operandi as she used earlier with Midnight Snack Attack to take Bakersfield down the road in the 6th when posted official. The unofficial top 4 now posted 3-1-5-2. Bakersfield was let go at 7-1 and kicks back 1680 on the win ticket. 760 and 450 across. See you at the finish line. 610 and 370. Omar 340. The exacta 107.90. The trifecta 496.60. The dollar superfecta 315 and 2 $849.50. The rolling double, 162.40. The pick 3 ended on the 6th race, $335.75. Now on display is the show photograph showing 5 Omar on the inside, edging out 2 Belder for the show spot. 5/2 in the show photo now posted from race 6. Final race of the day is next, and that's the scene of the daily Jackpot High 5. Into this Jackpot High 5 wager, the carryover pool, $37,933. Almost $38,000, the Jackpot High 5 carryover into the 7th. From the 7th race, to capture your heart is a vet scratch. 19 minutes to post time. From Fort Erie Racetrack to the Jackpot High 5.
We wrap up the program here in race 7, a 7 furlong turf event for fillies and mares in for a $3,000 tag. I was torn between the number 1, Anio Schiller, and the 4, I Miss You, and I just honestly thought the 4, I Miss You, was sneaky in this spot. 4-1 morning line, comes off a third place finish in the first race of 2020 for her. It was a very even effort, and I think for a return to the races, that's a respectable race. Now look at her turf races here at Fort Erie. She only has 2 of them. Her first one resulted in a second place finish while going 5 furlongs. She was in for a $6,000 tag, and she missed by just a nose. But look at the winner of that race, Benedette's Lady. She was second on the card yesterday, and then in her first race here, I believe on June 30th, she won, and she paid over $40 to win, which is actually shocking because she's a decent turf mare. So kind of putting this one into perspective and seeing how she's raced on the turf, she's faced some nice horses. In her next start, they stretched her out to 7/8 on the turf. They bumped her up in claiming price. She only beat 1 horse. So I think at this level, she should be fine. The distance, maybe that 7 furlong might kind of steer you away from her, but I say give her a shot. She might have needed a race off the layoff, and she's getting a new rider today. There's just a lot of things that I think could go right for her, and I think this could be a good spot for her. Now, the 1, Anio Schiller, needs no introduction here at Fort Erie. A 4-time winner from 15 attempts, 6 for 9 in the money over the turf at the distance. She's a true turf runner. This is the only surface she really likes. And looking at her, she likes these 2-turn races. 1 turn's too short for her. Now, both of her tries this year have been at 7 furlongs, and they've still been slightly short for her. She's been beaten by a length and a half, and then 2.5 most recently when she finished 5th. But she's a 1-move horse. She's going to close late. That's always what she does. So maybe they can put her into the race slightly earlier than they did last time, and that can help her. But she's also dropping in claiming price, and she's one of the more accomplished mares, especially here over the grass. Finally, the number 3, Meet You at Home. This one entered a new barn late last year. They claimed this one in August, didn't make any starts until June of this year. And at first asking, she was second over the turf, going 5 furlongs, while in for a $4,500 tag. She missed by a neck, but she was almost 60-1 that day. She was definitely a long shot, was a huge exacta, if I recall right. It was really big, and kind of looking at her performance like that, I think at the 7/8 distance, if she can get a decent pace to run at, she can have a shot for a minor share. Now, I will say her most recent effort was kind of disappointing. She finished 4th, beaten by almost 7 lengths, but it was on the dirt. So I'm going to see if she can get back on track here with these connections on the turf, and hopefully we'll get a price on her and she can round out the try.
Riders up is the call for the 7th race. They're on their way to the track. Here comes Post Parade for the 7th race. 1 is Annie O'Schiller, trained by Nick Mullaney Jr. for Harvey Bussey. The rider is Helen Vanek. Number 2 is Yvette Scratch. Meet You at Home is number 3, conditioned by Ken Albu for JMR Stable. In the irons, Chris Husbands. I Miss You is number 4, campaigning for Stephen Cathcart with Melanie Pinto in the saddle. Ginger Candy, number 5, partnered by Sunny Singh for Christina Roberts, Brittany Humber, and trainer Joe Humber. Medibamps is number 6, races for Deb Rhombus with Kirk Johnson up. Gloria's Freedom, number 7, trained by Elliot Sullivan for Bruno Schickadans. The jockey is Pierre Melhot. And Gypsy Jazz completes the field, number 8. Owned and trained by Ron Davies, and the rider is Howard Newell. The carryover into the Jackpot High Five, almost $38,000, the pool now approaching $40,000 plus. And on the 7th race, there's Superfecta, Trifecta Exacta, Win Place and Show Wagers from Fort Erie. Starting gate taking position for the 7th race. And the field for the 7th race begins to file onto the turf course. Still time for the jackpot high five and all 7th race wagers. With the jackpot high five pool now well north of $40,000. Riders now requested to bring the filly and mare field to the gate for the 7th race in Fort Erie. They've reached the starting point. Two to one tepid favorite. Ennio Schiller is first in. Meet You at Home stepped up, offered at 6 to 1. I Miss You into the next gate. 5 to 2, second choice. Ginger Candy going to go off in double digits. Medi Bemps a long shot. Just 2 to go. 6 to 1 on Glorious Freedom, last star winner. And Gypsy Jazz to complete the line, offered at 4 to 1. Stand by for a start. They're off for 7 furlongs on the turf, and Gypsy Jazz has had a fast start. I Miss You is in between mares, and Ennio Schiller is going to run right up near the pace into that first turn, and Meet You at Home races up into the front 4. Medi Bemps is in between horses. Glorious Freedom held to the outside at the rear of Ginger Candy. So the speed try up front sees Gypsy Jazz to the outside of Ennio Schiller, and they've reached the backstretch. Right there in behind them, that's Meet You at Home as they straighten up on this Fort Erie backstretch. She is flanked on the outside by Medi Bemps along the backstretch. And as they pass the quarter in 25 and 2, the pressure continues unabated up on the lead. Gypsy Jazz and Ennio Schiller as they go up the backstretch. Meet You at Home is still challenging right there on the way to the final turn. I Miss You has been tracking the pace well. Moving up on the extreme outside comes Ginger Candy from the backfield, and having to pass them all to win it from back there last is Glorious Freedom, just in behind Medi Bemps. They make the turn after speed of 49 and 4, a stepped up second quarter of 24 and 2. Ennio Schiller, Gypsy Jazz have had at it a long time, and on their outside, here comes I Miss You, upset minded. Through on the inside is Meet You at Home. Down to the finish, Meet You at Home on the inside, and I Miss You. Meet You at Home appeared to get the head bob over I Miss You, and Gypsy Jazz went a big trip looking for third, and might have been Medi Bemps for fourth. 127 and 2. It's a close one in the seventh. Three, 4, 8, 6, and a fifth place photograph from the jackpot high five. 3, 4, 8, and 6 on the board. Speed recap 25 and 2, 49 and 4, 114 and 4, and the turf 7 furlongs in 127 and 2. Meet You at Home. Off at 8 to 1 on the top of this ticket, unofficial. Meet you at home back for the victory photograph of the 7th race. 5-year-old bay mare by Lemon Drop Kid from Kissin' Party by Kissin' Chris. Bred in Ontario by Huntington Stud Farm. Trained by Ken Elbew for JMR Stable. And a big riding double on the program for Chris Husbands. Back in race 5 with 7-1 shot Uno Champ. And here in the 7th race with 8-1 shot. Meet you at home when posted official. In the Jackpot High 5, the 5th place photograph to number 1 Annio Schiller. The Jackpot High 5 combination 34861 returns $1,122 and a nickel. The carryover to the final race next Monday, $53,175. $53,000 plus in the Jackpot High 5 carryover to the final race next Monday. Meet you at home off at 8-1, $18.90 to win, $5.50 to place, $4.30 to show. I Miss You second, $5.50 and $3.70. Gypsy Jazz $3.60, the exact $91.80. The Trifecta $532.30. The dollar Superfecta, combination of 3, 4, 8, and 6, $1,212.50. In the Jackpot High 5, winning combination of 3, 4, 8, 6, 1 would return $1,122 and a nickel. And the carryover to the Jackpot High 5 next Monday, north of $53,000. The program's final pick 3, $848.45. The late pick 4, $3,824.10. And the daily pick 5, $1,175 even. Now on display, the win photograph. 3, Meet You at Home, edging out 4, I Miss You. 3 over 4 in the win photo, now on display from the Fort Erie 7th race. The Jackpot High 5 carryover to the final race next Monday, $53,175.81. Our live racing schedule for the entire 2020 campaign at Fort Erie Racetrack, each Monday and Tuesday at 1:10 p.m. Pre-race coverage on the air at 12:35 p.m. Be sure to check out hpibet.com and join for free today. When you become a member and bet $100, you will get $100 into your account. You can receive the HPI Bet rewards while streaming 4 tracks at the same time, and you can wager on almost 500 tracks from around the world. You can wager online or on site at any time. Check it out and join for free today. It's hpibet.com. Our weekly highlights and replay show airs every Thursday evening at 8 p.m. on Your TV Niagara. On the local Cogeco system, it's channel 700 in Fort Erie, Niagara Falls, and the entire Niagara region. Post time from Fort Erie Racetrack every Thursday evening at 8 p.m. on Your TV Niagara. For our live streaming replays, the racing schedule, the Ashley Mayu tip sheet, check us out at forterieracing.com. And now you can watch our stream live in HD. Watch live in HD, forterieracing.com. Now, on behalf of our horse people, the television production broadcast team, staff management, and the racing officials, thanks for being with us for Live Racing 2020 at Fort Erie Racetrack. Post time 1:10 p.m. each Monday and Tuesday through to the end of the meet in mid-October. And the Jackpot High Five carryover, more than $53,000 into the final race next Monday. Have a great week ahead. We hope to see you next Monday afternoon. Good afternoon from Fort Erie Racetrack.